say you were with, man?
With the decorators.
What was the name?
It's my name. The guy for labor. He's the labor boss.
Labor boss? Okay, gotcha.
What his name was?
Checking on you. When are your guys going to be here?
I'll see them. They got me. Thank you.
good? Don't need anything?
Right now, no, I'm good. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. You need anything to drink, man? So, yes, sir.
Yes? Yeah, Brian.
Take cigarettes off the grill. There we go.
Just FYI, they want this live shot up until 10 o'clock. can do it really quick, probably down 4 or 5 seconds. I'll do it in about 5 minutes. Get a little bit more. Hi, Adela. Well, I'm doing a shoot right now, but I can listen, but I can't talk on it. Yeah, I mean, the guy was very nice. They notary signed
And I like being on the side. We would walk like through all those trailers. And then I went into the walk sort of halfway, did a half circle and came out to the side.
It's not a big plaza, but it's got a lot more room. Oh, there's a lot of soul.
So yeah, there's much more room to get back. Not really far, but more farther up.
Hey, bud. Thanks for watching. All good?
Not really.
Yeah, for my, see, I forgot to bring, I brought 3 batteries with me, but 2 of them are small, older batteries, and then I thought I packed the 4th one, but I left it, I think I left it on the, in the hotel room. So I probably have enough to make it through to the Joe Biden event, but it would just be nice if I had one more charge battery so I didn't have to worry about the, never mind, I'll yeah, I should have.
We're keeping it to 10. And I just went through a small battery pack. Now I'm on pretty much a brand new big battery. I think those big batteries last us 2 hours.
going to say, in part, is that he picked Kamala Harris to be his running mate because she was brilliant, because she had experience as a prosecutor, experience as an attorney general. She was an effective and forceful U.S. senator. So when he picked her to be a real governing partner. And then through the years, she was that governing partner. She cast, like the senator said, so many tie-breaking votes, but she was also a person who held the Senate together in terms of that small minority, small majority, so that they could get historic things done. And so I think he's going to make sure that people understand he picked her because she was great, she was a great partner, and that she's going to be a great next president of the United States.
We'll take one final question.
Lindsay Key, CNN affiliate. Just have a question, logistical question. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Thanks for doing that. When will we have the schedule just for broadcasting purposes for the Biden speech? And then also, will we see the vice president in the hall listening to the president's speech and then on stage as well after?
Yeah, I think I was going to say the same thing that that Kevin did, which is that I think we have a slightly more detailed schedule coming out shortly after this, but there are also some elements that will be released day by day for your planning purposes. I think the team right behind you can fill you in on that after we wrap up here. Thanks.
We are going to get as many excerpts every single day as we can. Goodbye, everybody. We will try our best every day. Yeah, that is the hope. Bye, guys.
Right now, there's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided and abetted by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives and Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken. These genocidal politicians would rather that they have their celebratory affair over in the United Center unbothered, despite its funding of the Israeli genocide that's left at least 40,000 Palestinians dead, 2 million displaced, and the entire Gaza Strip reduced to rubble. The existence of this coalition, of this march, is a testament to how the very working and oppressed people these Democrats claim to represent will no longer stand for the currently existing order of our tax dollars being sent to fund a genocide. There is no lesser of two evils when the so-called lesser is aiding and abetting a genocide. And then recall that the Democrats sailed into office in 2020 from the George Floyd uprisings as working and oppressed people, and specifically black people, turned out in historic numbers in rejection of Trump. And yet Biden and Kamala's promises of passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act never materialized. In fact, They only sent more money to police around the country to further brutalize us, while at the same time in 2023, police in the U.S. killed more people than ever. Say her name, Sonia Massey. Sonia Massey! Sonia Massey! Sonia Massey! Our experience tells us that if anything were to change in this country, the source of it won't be from within the Democratic Party. It won't be because they suddenly had a conscience. It would be because groups like the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, the Coalition for Justice in Palestine, the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, the Legalization for All Network, Voces, Students for a Democratic Society, and many more built a mass movement so powerful that it forced these genocidal politicians to yield to our demands. And if they don't, we'll take power ourselves. This march is one step of many in building our movement. All power to the people. All power to the people! Oh, yeah. Up next is Christine Newman Ortiz, the Executive Director of Voces de la Frontera Action, a nationally renowned immigrant rights organization from Milwaukee.
Christine Newman Ortiz, Executive Director, Voces de la Frontera Action, CHRISTINEUMANN-ORTIZ, pronouns she, ella. 4 years ago, Voces de la Frontera Action built a Latina and youth voter immigrant network that was critical in Wisconsin in defeating Trump's fascist administration. And we are committed to do that again as part of a broader movement to block the threat of a second-term Trump administration, more empowered and ready to implement mass deportations and strip away decades of social progress, including our very right to organize. But we stand here with all of you today to deliver a message to the Democratic Party that our commitment to defeating fascism does not mean that we do not make demands on the Democratic Party. We have waited too long for the promise of immigration reform for 11 million essential workers and their families who worked in the pandemic, yet are not treated as the heroes they are. We call on Harris and Walz to deliver on immigration reform in the first 100 days of the new administration. We stand in solidarity with Palestinians for an end to the funding of a genocidal war in Gaza. As immigrants, we too understand the role of the U.S. government in supporting dictatorships abroad to serve corporate interests, whether that is backing Israel to serve oil companies in the Middle East or banana companies in Guatemala in the 1980s that conducted their own genocidal war against the largely indigenous people, or economic policies like NAFTA that force people to migrate. We know that an independent movement from below that is in solidarity with each other is the only way we can build enough power to defeat fascism and advance a real democracy. Immigrant rights is women's rights. Immigrant rights is LGBTQ rights. Immigrant rights is workers' rights. Yes. Immigrant rights is human rights. Yes. Si se puede. Si se puede.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Christine. Next up is Victoria Hinckley. Victoria is a student organizer with Tampa Bay Students for a Democratic Society and was recently expelled from the University of South Florida for being a leader in the Solidarity Encampment on campus.
Hello, everyone. As Fayani said, my name is Victoria Hinckley. That's first name Victoria, Victoria. Last name Hinckley, Hinkley. I'm 22 years old. I'm a student organizer with Students for a Democratic Society, and I go to school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Students for a Democratic Society is really proud to be a part of the coalition to march on the RNC and to be leading in the student contingent here today. And we're marching on the DNC to demand an end to all U.S. aid to Israel, to demand that the genocide in Palestine be ended now. We've seen continually the Biden-Harris administration support genocide abroad by funding the IOF, by funding the Zionist State of Israel, by continually sending arms and billions and billions of dollars to fund this genocide. And we've seen them also attack the student movement for Palestine here at home with passing bills against protesting, calling students terrorists, saying that we deserve to get deported. encouraging violence be used against us by the police on our own campus. And, you know, this past spring we saw a historic nationwide student movement for Palestine. We saw students building encampments at their campuses, and this was, you know, a really historic student movement, a very historic anti-war movement supporting the liberation for Palestine, supporting demanding divestment from their universities who are complicit in this genocide. And we saw students come out in thousands to support this encampment, so we know that students across the country stand with Palestine. They're demanding an end to the genocide and an end to U.S. aid to Israel. And we also saw a very violent response from university administrations and from police. We saw, you know, people be tear gassed at my own school in Tampa at our encampment. We were tear gassed and we had rubber bullets shot at us. Shame. So we saw this horrible violent response, but despite that, students still came out in droves. They didn't care if they were going to get tear gas. They didn't care if they were going to get arrested. They were there to stand with Palestine. They were proud to stand with the resistance. And after that encampment movement, we saw horrible political repression take place in the forms of attacks on the student movement. In my own chapter, we had my fellow SDSer Joseph Chari was suspended for leading the encampment that day at the University of South Florida, and he's an international student, so they're now threatening him with deportation. Shame. Shame. And I myself was expelled from the University of South Florida for standing with Palestine, for being active in my encampment movement, even though I was a single assignment away from graduating, from walking across the stage in my graduation ceremony. Shame. Shame. And yeah, Students for a Democratic Society has launched our national campaign to demand that our universities not get away with punishing students for being pro-Palestine. We're going to be calling in August 26th to August 30th to demand that students not be expelled, and you know, demanding that our movements stop being attacked. And come fall, we're going to hit the ground running, ready to defend student protests for Palestine and continuing to demand divestment. We refuse to let our universities get away with funding a genocide in our name. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. Thank you.
We will not stop, we will not rest. Thank you, Victoria. Next up is Sydney Loving. Sydney is a Dallas, Texas-based organizer and co-chair of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, who has been active in the Black Liberation Movement since 2015.
Hi, everybody. Sydney Loving. Say and spell my name, right? Okay. S-Y-D-N-E-Y. Sorry. S-Y-D-N-E-Y-L-O-V-I-N-G. So I had a lot of coffee, and I don't have a prepared thing. So if I ramble around, I know y'all can edit it and fix all of that. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm representing the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. And you know, our work is deeply rooted in the Black Liberation Movement. And there's a reason why the Black Liberation Movement has a very long history of solidarity with Palestine. There's a reason why everybody from Nelson Mandela to the Black Panthers was talking about Palestine, and it's not about you know, charity or anything like that. It's that we have a very deep understanding of how our struggles are connected. You know, and it's very clear. It's not hidden. The same people that are getting rich off of genocide in Gaza are the same people that are invested in the oppression of Black people in this country. And as you know, our movements against U.S. imperialism get stronger here or abroad. You know, it strengthens each other. The solidarity strengthens each other, and we saw that too. You know, there's a reason why in the Palestinian Liberation Movement they recognized that, and in 2020 the Palestinian movement was marching for George Floyd as well. We saw that in Dallas. So we understand that our struggles are connected, and our liberation is connected. So we're in full solidarity with the Palestinian resistance. We're not going to give that up or qualify that, and our freedom is connected. So yeah.
Thank you, Sydney. I'm honored to introduce this next speaker, who's a very, very close friend of mine. And we share a political analysis, a political trajectory, and she represents a really important community in Chicago as well, and in the country. In-hae Choi is the former executive director of the Hana Center, a Korean organization that combines social services and community organizing to promote social change. She's also a nationally known immigrant rights and Asian community leader. Please welcome In-hae Choi.
Good morning. So my name is In-hae Choi, I-N-H-E-C-H-O-I. And I'm with the Hana Center, as Hatem said. We are a community-based organization that works with Korean, Asian American, and multi-ethnic immigrant communities. We build power toward advancing human rights. I'm also here with the National Korean American Service and Education Consortium, NAKASEC Action Fund, where we try to improve the policies that improve human rights, immigrant rights, and civil rights. And so we're here today with two purposes. The first is, as you've been hearing, to demand that the U.S. government stop using our tax dollars to fund Israel to continue committing atrocities and killing innocent lives in Gaza. Our people come from countries that have been experiencing brutality and tragedy of colonization, war, and U.S. military occupation. In fact, U.S. troops are still in Korea and in the Philippines, and they must withdraw to make sure that there's peace in those lands. And so what's happening in Palestine feels personal to us. And so we stand with millions of other Americans who are not here today, but all over the country today and this week, to say that we demand that our own government, that actually has the power to stop genocide in Gaza, actually stop it immediately. We're also here to hold our legislators and the Biden administration accountable by demanding that they do their job and not play politics with immigration. They make promises, as we all know, and once they get in, they don't do their job. And in fact, they make it worse. We all know that. It's broken record, but it keeps happening, right? So, in fact, we all know that this country cannot function without immigrants. A recent study was released by the Taxation and Immigration Policy that found that in just 1 year, undocumented immigrants contributed 96.7, almost $100 billion in taxes to the federal, state, and local governments. So actually, America cannot afford to lose immigrants. Politicians know very well about taxation and representation. So to them, we're here to say that we're not paying you to be all fancy and boastful and joyous among yourselves inside the convention or outside the convention. We are here to say, do your job, make policies that protect and support immigrants and all other marginalized communities as well. And finally, we really urge the city of Chicago to grant us a 2.1-mile route that we need. Let's make different history. That in 2024, City of Chicago supported and facilitated a safe and peaceful demonstration at DNC. There's still time. Thank you.
Thank you, In-hae. 2.4 miles. The last speaker before I take questions is Omar Yunus. He's a co-founder and leader of Jasur, an Arab and Palestinian youth organizing project in the southwest suburbs. And Jasur has played a lead role in all of the local-led protests since October in Chicago. Please welcome Omar Yunus.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Omar Yunus, O-M-A-R-Y-O-U-N-E-S. Co-founder of Jasur, that's spelled J-I-S-O-O-R. I also had a lot of coffee, so bear with me. Last week, the Biden-Harris administration approved another $20 billion in weapons sales to Israel, a state guilty of killing over 40,000 Palestinian civilians. During this genocide, Israel destroyed more than 70% of the homes in Gaza, many of which my family lived in, and displaced more than 1.9 million Palestinians. This decision continues a troubling legacy of U.S. military aid that has long supported Israel's brutal subjugation of Palestinians, a legacy maintained by both Democrats and Republicans. In 2016, President Obama and then Vice President Biden authorized a decade-long $38 billion in military aid to Israel, the largest in U.S.-Israeli history. This funding armed Israeli soldiers who harass, kidnap, and violently displace Palestinians from their homes in Gaza and the West Bank. It also directly supplied Israel with the weaponry that killed and injured thousands of Gazans before October 7th. The Democratic National Convention has received $75 million in funding to beef up their security in preparation for this march of unified people. The city of Chicago has prioritized spending money to beautify McCormick Place rather than spending it to clear the food deserts in their South Side communities, to help house the unhoused population, to help take care of their migrant communities. Chicago displaced and evicted vulnerable communities in Hyde Park to give free housing to out-of-state police officers coming to keep the peace while the march is happening. The Democratic Party may present a new face, but its support for Israel remains unchanged. Kamala Harris's candidacy, while historic, does not alter the party's ongoing support for the Israeli genocide. At her rallies, she has attempted to silence pro-Palestinian protesters, and she, just like Biden, continues to be unwilling to listen to the outcries of the Palestinian people. But she's not the problem. The party is what keeps this agenda moving, and the people are here to make their voice heard. My community wakes up to photos and videos of our family and friends decapitated, burned to death, killed by 2,000-pound Israeli bombs dropped on their homes. This pain is what drives the people of Chicago out into the streets in the thousands every single weekend. Residents of Pilsen and Bridgeport and other wards came out in the hundreds to lobby their aldermen to get them to vote for the ceasefire resolution. Hundreds of students came out, spending days at their university campuses. People of all backgrounds, Black, Latino, and every single color you can imagine, out there to support the Palestinian people and demand better for our people. Our message is clear. End U.S. aid to Israel now. Stop financing the oppression of Palestinians. And this demand alone can decisively save 2 million Palestinians still trapped in Gaza. That's why we're here today.
Thank you, Omar. Before I take questions, I just want to lay out the week one more time for everybody. In an hour and a half or so, at 12 noon, we will have our program here. We'll start our program here. It'll probably go till about 1:30, a little bit beyond 1:30, and then we will set up and begin the march from Washington Boulevard right there until we get within sight and sound of the United Center. Once we get back from the march, actually, I'm sorry, then we will stop. Folks may or may not know there's a park right near the United Center right there on Washington Boulevard as well, called Park 578. We'll have a short program there as well. And then we'll loop back around. We'll come down Lake Street, and we'll get back into the park. And we'll wrap it up from there. So that, that could be around 4, potentially between 4 and 5. That's what the day looks like. On Thursday, 5 p.m. program here as well, and a march also to the 578, and then back to the park. And on Wednesday, the coalition of March on the DNC is supporting the local Palestinian Coalition for Justice in Palestine, which is starting here at 3:30. I don't know yet the route for that march, but they will start here at 3:30 on Wednesday, and we will all be here with them as well. USPCN is a leading member of both coalitions. Yeah.
One media note is there is a live stream, and if your team needs footage, you can use the footage from the live stream. Give credit to the Coalition to March on the DNC. It's on the website.
Thank you, Fayani. So yeah, now I'll take questions.
We've been organizing this for a while. Would there be more people here, you think, if Biden was still the nominee? Has that changed the crowd size thing a bit? Have him no longer be in it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we won't know that for a couple more hours, but we still think there's going to be thousands of people here, maybe tens of thousands throughout the week. We made it very clear from the very beginning that there is no difference. Kamala Harris is part of this administration, and not only is she part of the administration, she is part and parcel of and in lockstep with 75 years of U.S. policies in relation to Palestine and the Arab world. So, you know, we said from day one, nothing's changing. You know, all full steam ahead for our coalition and our mobilization.
With ceasefire talks currently underway in the Middle East and reportedly near a finish line, will that change the message of the coalition to march on the DNC if that is reached? Do you see that as a positive step forward or a win, perhaps?
So I think we have to correct ourselves and maybe, you know, do a little bit more research about what's reportedly close to a ceasefire. The Palestinian Unified Resistance has been saying for weeks that we're not close to a ceasefire because Netanyahu is continuing to move the goalposts. Every time July 2nd, the Palestinian Unified Resistance was ready to make the deal of the exchange of Palestinian political prisoners for Israeli detainees, the deal that Israel would have to withdraw from the entirety of Gaza, the deal that the genocide would end and Israel would leave all of the crossings and all of the borders. And Netanyahu refuses to do that. And so although it's reported by U.S. press and by some European press that we're reportedly close, we're actually not. You should listen to the people who are in the negotiations. You should listen to the Unified Palestinian Resistance because they're saying they're not going to take a deal that Netanyahu believes that he can change every single day and every single week. So that is a sort of a non-starter until the Israelis negotiate in good faith, agree to withdraw, agree to a permanent ceasefire. Netanyahu does not want to agree to a permanent ceasefire. He wants to agree to the type of ceasefire that Killer Kamala is asking about or talking about. One that's temporary, the one that offers a few weeks of respite before the Israeli bombs, U.S. bombs, start dropping on people's heads again in Gaza. That's unacceptable. The Palestinian resistance is not close to a ceasefire, and so it doesn't matter what U.S. press and Western European press is reporting. Molly.
Just an update on the protest route. Because y'all have been negotiating with the city. Are we still with the 1.1 mile route turning at Maple and Henderson?
So again, you know, everybody knows what happened in the last week. 3 days ago, they tried to say we couldn't have stage and sound, and we fought very hard for 48 hours, and we got them to change their minds and to allow us to put it up. That was community organizing at its best. That was the community organizing of Christine's organization and Inhe's organization and Students for a Democratic Society and SJPs and all of the 290 or so organizations that make up the Coalition to March on the DNC. And that's what we know. That's what we do. And we're not going to stop until we step off the stage to get that 2.4 miles that we need to accommodate the protesters here today.
Do you have an opinion on the fact that Kamala Harris named the liaison, a special person to liaise with the Arab American community, and about the uncommitted delegates that will be?
Yeah, there's always a liaison with the Arab community, just like there's a liaison with the black community and a liaison with the immigrant community and a liaison with all the other communities. Have those liaisons truly been able to make any substantial, legitimate changes for people on the ground, working people, marginalized people on the ground? At least in the Arab context, they haven't. I don't know that much about this person. I would have to learn more before I would be able to give a statement like that. The uncommitted folks are people that we know. That movement of uncommitted and uninstructed in Wisconsin, uncommitted in Minnesota, and in Michigan, in Illinois, we don't have an uncommitted choice. So the community here decided to do a campaign to write in Gaza instead of voting for Biden in the primaries. 700,000 people altogether who traditionally and historically vote Democrat did not vote for Biden in the primaries in that movement. So that is a substantial movement. I appreciate the fact that they're in there. They think that they could maybe make a change from within. That might not be the opinion of myself or a number of organizations that are part of this coalition, but, you know, inside-outside strategy is not bad. I don't know about that, but what I do know is that he has been in the front of this issue from day one. Let's acknowledge when we have a different day in the city of Chicago. I told Inhe and I've told other people, I would have been much more happy in the last 2 months if Rahm Emanuel was mayor, because we would have went on an absolute attack against him personally as a Zionist supporter of Israel. But we're in a city in which we have a mayor who says, I am from the movement. A mayor who says, I am an organizer. A mayor who says that people have the right to protest and express their First Amendment rights. We all respect that. We also have a mayor that we sat in the city council with who broke the tie for the ceasefire resolution in Chicago, the largest city in the country, to pass that resolution. It was the mayor who broke the tie. And now he goes and speaks to Mother Jones and he calls it a genocide. And he says to the world, we can't be ashamed to call it what it is. That is a powerful, powerful moment right now for the mayor of one of the biggest, strongest cities in the country, a Democratic Party stronghold as well, who says that. That's powerful. It means a lot.
Just back to the rally route really quick, or the march route really quickly. What route are you encouraging people to walk today? Because I know you said yesterday that the number of people will dictate, kind of where they go, but where are you going to lead this?
We don't have to encourage anyone to go anywhere. We're organizing this march. We have lead banners. We have lead marchers. We have lead marshals. We will lead the march on the route that is agreed upon. So again, it's 1.1 miles right now, but we're not stopping until, we get the route that we want. With whose? No. This coalition is not. Kamala didn't call me. So, I'm glad you asked that question, because now I could talk about the ADL for a little bit. The Anti-Defamation League and the Jewish United Fund, two extremely Zionist organizations, ADL, and look up your research by our colleagues from JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, that is a partner in this coalition, and the organization that they started to expose ADL as a racist, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-black organization that it is. They came out, they did a press conference a couple weeks ago, and they said that the people of Chicago should be concerned about this protest, that they criminalized protesters, they criminalized Palestinians, they criminalized the Coalition to March on the DNC by name, they criminalized USPCN by name, and they made accusations that are weaponizing anti-Semitism to disguise their disgusting line as supporters of war and supporters of genocide. They trying to disguise it by weaponizing anti-Semitism. We've said from day one, USPCN and the Palestinian community, that there is real anti-Semitism in this world, but we refuse to allow the Zionists in this country to criminalize our movement for self-determination and independence and to stop the genocide by calling it anti-Semitism just because we're protesting to stop that criminal Zionist terrorist state. Yeah, Sean. You guys speak up a little bit, please. Yeah, I actually don't know if they're all here yet, but we do know that there are 2 from Michigan, there are 2 from Wisconsin, there are 2 from Minneapolis, there are buses coming from Cleveland and Youngstown. I believe Fayani are the. I've heard New Mexico. And we heard that there's a bus from New Mexico. I'm not on the outreach committee. The media committee was already too much work for me, so I don't know exactly if there are other buses coming, but definitely those that I just mentioned. Wait, you asked already. Go ahead. We don't, our coalition doesn't take a position on that. We don't take a position telling people who they should vote for, whether they should vote, whether they shouldn't vote. So that is not the purview of our coalition. In fact, the reason why we're out here and not, trying to, get into the convention and talk to delegates and all that there is because, we don't think that there is a lesser of 2 evils when it comes to Palestine and the Arab world. The Republicans and the Democrats are in lockstep. Yeah. Can you cut them, please? Yeah. Hold on. Anybody else? Yeah, I will. I'll give you. Yeah, you go ahead. You can ask.
Is there any concern that this can end up benefiting Trump in November and end up in an administration that is even harsher with the Palestinian cause?
Yeah. I don't know how much more harsh it can get than what Omar has described, that his family in Gaza have had to deal with. I don't know how many more people could possibly be killed or injured or displaced by a different party. We will not take any responsibility if Kamala Harris loses the election. The responsibility is on Genocide Joe and on Kamala Harris and on that Democratic Party. If they lose this election to Trump, they are responsible only. Their policies around Palestine are responsible only and nobody else.
So U.S. government is complicit, as you say, in supporting Israeli genocide with tax dollars, $10 billion. Do you think that these government officials should themselves be prosecuted for war crimes in support of genocide?
Yes, of course. I think a lot of government officials in Israel and the United States should be prosecuted for war crimes, yes. Hatem Abudayyeh, Hatemabudayeh, for those that might have missed it. Yeah. Christine and Inhe? Both of you. This is a question for you all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, repeat it.
No, we just say that.
To the mics.
Yeah. No, it's really about this is a moment where all the legislators and politicians are going to come and really talk about immigration, again, in a way that they're just going to use us as a tool and a talking point without doing anything. So it's a moment to really say, don't be fooled by that, but it really is about holding them accountable and keep pushing, and that we need a pathway to citizenship for all $11 million undocumented people, because you just heard the report. Immigrants are really funding so much of what's happening in this country, so we really need that. Yeah, we have a delegation marching today, and undocumented immigrants have been at the forefront of the labor movement and the democracy movement. We've seen the Day Without Latinos strikes. People are very courageous. They're essential to our economy, and it's important to be here, and they're here because people are not going to be, forced into the shadows, and we want to come out of the shadows, and we also want to stand in solidarity with others who are oppressed. So people are courageous, and that courage should be recognized by those who deserve to give them immigration reform.
In the back.
This movement, of course, was led by college students and American youth. What does that mean for youth political engagement both now and going forward?
Yeah. I'll pass that to the youth.
Victoria here?
Armud, you want to take this question?
I absolutely would. Okay, cool. Is Victoria not here? I think the youth are realizing through the access of social media and the democratization of information that the issues plaguing their world and plaguing their existence are a lot deeper than the surface level that youth in previous generations were brought up to see. And youth are progressively more aware of what's happening around them and the core issues that plague their lives. So this marks a pivotal moment in youth involvement and the potential for that involvement in the reciprocating systems outward. Chicago CPS school students organized a large walkout across all CPS schools just a few months ago in demonstration and solidarity with the Palestinian community. And these are high schoolers. And this extrapolates upwards and downwards across elementary and high school equally. So, yeah.
Thanks, Armud. Go ahead.
My name is Jack Wilson. I'm an independent journalist. Broke a story in The Guardian this weekend that the longtime general counsel of the DNC, Joseph Sandler, had secretly been contracting with the Israeli government to help their propaganda program in the U.S. to avoid foreign agent registration in the United States for 2018. I was wondering if you had any comment on the DNC working hand in glove with the Israeli government.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the report, but I'm not surprised at all. None of us should be, right? I mean, they've got the President of the United States who stands up and parrots all of their propaganda and talking points from the Israeli government and the Israeli military on a daily basis. You got two circus clowns who are the spokespeople for Blinken who do the same thing. Every single day, they defend Israel as if they were defending the United States. Every single day, they parrot the talking points of the Israeli military and the government almost verbatim. So, it's no surprise. Go ahead. Yeah, listen, I mean, everybody has the right to organize the way they see fit. We believe that people power in the streets is the way to make change. We have the history of the Black Liberation Movement that is the leadership of the Palestine Liberation Movement. Truly, truly, we have learned from mentors and organizers decades and decades of their struggles and their victories in this country. And so that's what we emulate. Those who want to believe that maybe voting is the way to make change, I would argue that there are 75 years of U.S. presidents who have done absolutely nothing for the people of Palestine and have in fact absolutely devastated the Arab world, because the Republicans and Democrats are in lockstep when it comes to foreign policy, especially in relation to the Arab world. So we believe in the power of the people. We believe in the power of the people in the streets. That's how we have won our demands in the past, and that's how we think we're going to win our demands in the future. Any other questions? All right, y'all. Thank you very much. Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's me. Yep, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So much work, but we're gonna get through it. I mean, it's going well. Oh, you're.
We went to grammar school together.
I think he might have just said that by accident. I don't think there's any legal thing going on.
Life is like the magic's like a spell. My brothers went to heaven, the police going together, going to hell, operator. Stick out my hands to the earth, my soul still wanting. Am I loved, or have I been greedy? I make my demands to the door, but what am I giving? Teach me how to love you better. Where we come from, surely sacred, not a picture. The less we want, for more the freer we can. I pledge allegiance to the sun's warm hand. Release my grief to the water and the sand. You heal us, you always provide. Is there like an EQ on it? Can you broaden it a little? Can we spread the harvest around? Can we turn the lights way down? No machines dig our hands in the ground, slow down. There's always enough to go around. The great, great sure knew how. No machines dig our hands in the ground. Teach me how to love you better. The next one, please.
So what do you want me to do? Straight to X? I don't know. Interviews probably
See, she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu a Tubman. We go missing by the hundreds. Ain't nobody checking for us, ain't nobody checking for us. Amber loves us, Oscar doesn't. Ain't nobody checking for us. Is there like, it sounds like it's like cupping. Kill our sons with ancient. Don't understand what they put a body in a jar and forget her. They love how it repeats. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They make her hate her own skin, treat her like a sin. But what they don't understand. زهرة المدائن يا قدس يا قدس يا قدس يا مدينة الصلاة أصلي عيوننا إليك ترحل كل يوم ترحل كل يوم تدور في أروقة المعابد تعانق الكنائس القديمة وتمسح الحزن عن المساجد يا ليلة الإسراء يا درب من مروا إلى السماء عيوننا إليك ترحل كل يوم وإنني أصلي الطفل في المغارة وأمه مريم وجهان يبكيان الطفل في المغارة وأمه مريم وجهان يبكيان لأجل من تشردوا
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say that we have hundreds of posters right in front of the stage by the U.S. Palestinian Community Network's banner. There's a red banner. It says Free Palestine and U.S. aid to Israel. There's hundreds of posters. Please come to the front and grab a poster. Thank you so much. Chicago, make some noise!
الحرب وحين هوت مدينة القدس تراجع الحب وفي قلوب الدنيا استوطنت الحرب الطفل في المغارة مريم وجهان يبكيان وإنني
الغضب الساطع آت الغضب الساطع آت
الغضب الساطع آت وأنا كل إيمان الغضب الساطع آت سأمر على الأحزان
الغضب الساطع آت
وأنا كل إيمان
الغضب الساطع آت
سأمر على الأحزان من كل طريق بجياد الرهبة من كل طريق بجياد الرهبة وكوجه الله الغامر الغضب الساطع آت وأنا كل إيمان الغضب الساطع آت سأمر على الأحزان
الغضب الساطع آت
وأنا كل إيمان
الغضب الساطع آت
سأمر على الأحزان والغضب الساطع بجياد الرهبة والغضب الساطع بجياد الرهبة وسيهزم وجه القوة سيهزم وجه القوة البيت لنا والقدس لنا البيت لنا والقدس لنا وبأيدينا سنعيد بهاء القدس بأيدينا للقدس سلام بأيدينا للقدس سلام بأيدينا للقدس سلام للقدس سلام للقدس سلام مجدك بالمذلة والهزائم حينما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا أرض الملاحم هذا مجدك بالمذلة والهزائم حينما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا إني أهل العزم إن تدعى العزائم هذا سيفي بالوغى بالموت قائم إن شعبي كله وطن مقاوم ما ارتضى غير المعزة والمكارم إني أهل يسوع محمدا ودم السماء توخدا يتلوك أنت الفداء ولك الفداء خاب الذين على المدى خلوك ستثور بك الأباد وتعود بك الطغاة وتعود لك الحياة كبري من الزلازل واعلني من المآذن وسينطلق الزحف بصوت الكوثر والتكوين فإذا العروبة أشركت وتصهينت وتأمركت نأتيك بفوارس الله ابشر ومن اليهود تحرر نفديك فستنكسر الحدود وسيتحد الوجود هي مقبرة اليهود مطرح ما عيونك بتكون بحلم شوفك يوما ما بكرة بيخلص هالكابوس بدل الشمس بتضوي شموس على أرض الوطن المحروس رح نتلاقى يوما ما على رغم الجو المشحون طبعا الظرف المرهون مطرح ما عيونك بتكون بحلم شوفك يوما ما هالكابوس بدل الشمس بتضوي شموس على أرض الوطن المحروس رح نتلاقى يوما ما مع إن وضعك مهزوز مرات تحسك نرفوز لازم تعقل ما بيجوز إذا مش هلأ يوما ما مع إن وضعك مهزوز ومرات تحسك نرفوز لازم تعقل ما بيجوز إذا مش هلا يوما ما على رغم الجو المشحون تبعت للظرف المرهون مطرح عيونك بتكون بحلم شوفك يوما ما بكرة بيخلص هالكابوس وبدل الشمس بتضوي شموس على أرض الوطن المحروس رح نتلاقى يوما ما بعدك مهضوم ومحتال واللي مثلك صاروا قلال كيف ما برمت هالأحوال بدي حبك يوما ما بعدك مهضوم ومحتال واللي مثلك صاروا قلال كيف ما برمت هالأحوال بدي حبك يوما ما على رغم الجو المشحون تبعا الظرف المرهون مطرح ما عيونك بتكون بحلم شوفك يوما ما بكرة بيخلص هالكابوس وبدل الشمس بتضوي الشموس وعلى أرض الوطن المحروس رح نتلاقى يوما ما على أرض الوطن المحروس رح نتلاقى يوما ما
كل شي باين في المحنة. الله بيشهد مين احنا، رجالة ضمن ضرب تشرب بنضرب حرب الليلة ما بنغلب. بدك جبال وعالي بنهدلك مرحب فيك في ولاد القدس مندبر حالنا نحل اللغز. رنيت على نفحة وكله بخش وقت شفنا وياما وكله بصف. ولا مرة نخاف ولا مرة ونص. بدك بركان بنرجع له بنعمل لك حفلة تخش تنط نستقطب مال بس بدنا نقص. ما هو كله عارف ما هو كله شايف ما هو كله خايف والدنيا ترص. استجدع دايما واوعى تبحش انا ادرينالين فاجع بشباب ينضرب بالغاز. احنا الجدعان مش زي نقلين رد بالك عم تعيشها بلاش. سوي واعمل واجمع كاش ما الدنيا صعيبة وبدها سلام. سيبك من الروح واحضر لك جاي. انا قرش انا قرش انا قرش انا سمكة وصحابي ملان في الجلمة. نصنع نعمل غلبة تجينا خالي بناخد العتبة تخوف بالليل ندوي لك عتمة بس شوف تنساش. انا زي النوم سلاح فتك في بغز رجال تحفر انفاق ترجع بشوال وملاناش. لا بلاجين 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 بالجدعني انا فاتح دكان من بيع جلسات وتزن مسموح بس للسباع مفتوح على القرمة قسم لو غالي. احنا جن بنطلع ما بتشوفناش ودموع ما تسيل اذا فش مسيل نحن الشجعان. ان قد انا اوانه وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزانه وكيف بصعب صوت سولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه. ان قد انا اوانه وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزانه وكيف بصعب صوت سولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه.
حتموت من الرعب من الارض نطلع زي جن دخ قد اللعب على الهدى ندرك على النار الافكار بتبخ اخ تراب ورا حدا اذا بلغ انا مش مركب بركبش مع حدا انا فين ان امكانيك البلد بالبقلك كيف بين رع والغنم. انا جيت امليك لك تحلم نحكي حكيكه دقيقه نفهم فيش وقت بضيع شباشة حفيدي بنيك في بلاش ما فيش رحميم. انا يوم بحتاجك اجيبني اعمل بلغان بطريقه طليق تفصيل على العدل. شم جديد انا جيب دبور بالطور بالعرض وماكينه عريق وفريد من نوعه كمين المخا. والسخط والمين باع واختفى صدوا الوقت ولا عمره ارتخى. يكتم سب النفط ورادار انساب على طول بيعرفكم شو دبور على طول وبيقول وقت.
ان قد انا اوانه وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزانه وكيف بصعب صوت سولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه. ان قد انا اوانه وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزانه وكيف بصعب صوت سولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه. ان قد انا اوانه وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزانه وكيف بصعب صوت سولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه. ان قد انا اوانه وبوم بخ وطن بيع ميزانه وكيف بصعب صوت سولاد والشال حط كله طرح بمكانه.
look beautiful. We're going to raise attention to the genocide in Gaza and condemn this criminal DNC. We'll be starting our program soon. If you're a speaker, please come back to the speaker stage. If you're out dispersed amongst the park, please come closer. We want to be able to see each other, and we'll get started soon. Thank you. Free, free Palestine!
كسباتك بالحكي الناعم وانت اللي بضمك قلتلي انك واقف معنا وداعم قاعد عالكرسي بتغزلي كسباتك بالحكي الناعم وانت اللي بضمك قلتلي انك واقف معنا وداعم.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Once again, I need all of our speakers to come by the blue tent. And if you do not have a sign and you would like a sign, find the USPCN banner up here. We have a bunch of signs for you all. We'll get started soon. Thank you so much.
عنكبوت وانا بمشاع موت هاجرب وانا لسه شايف الاحتلال مادد ايدي مش للسلام مش مساواة بل كيديني قبل ما اشنقها كمان الصلاة وجدار اللي فاصل اللي ما مخليني اشوف ضوء السماء الواحد و50 ولاية تربي كمان ولاية اللي تربى على حساب غيرها يكسر من علمها الهنود الحمر متأملة بحينا تغسل دماغنا تقولنا انه المشكلة هي الناس حتى الجيش العالم كلها ما بيقدر على الحرية
الفكر من الأعماق نريد جيلا قادما مختلفا المرارح لا يكثر الأخطاء لا يسامح لا ينحني لا يعرف النفاق نريد جيلا رائدا عملاق.
أنا جاي لكم من مصر جوايا حلم كبير جدا، لأن في الحقيقة بقالي مدة طويلة ما بحلمش. فقدت الأمل في الحلم. حلمت كتير زيكم كلكم إنه يبقى في يوم من الأيام في وحدة وطنية. وحلمت كتير زيكم كلكم إن في يوم من الأيام يبقى في وحدة عربية سياسية.
بإيدينا حضرنا الفجر بعينينا دعينا الله وصلينا وبالدم الأرض روينا. حضرنا الوعد بإيدينا حضرنا الفجر بعينينا دعينا الله وصلينا وبالدم الأرض روينا. بالروح الوطن فدينا تا نبقى دوما أحرار. كلنا همي مع إصرار دوارنا احنا أحرار. كلنا همي مع إصرار. نحن حبك يا بلادي لهفة روحي وفؤادي. نحن حراس الوادي نضرب جيش الأعادي.
Chicago draws the line. Chicago draws the line. We stand up for Palestine. We stand up for Palestine. Chicago draws the line. We stand up for Palestine. Welcome everyone. My name is Nazik Sinkari and I am co-chair of the U.S. Palestinian Community Network Chicago and co-chair of the Coalition to March on the DNC. On behalf of the coalition, I'm honored to welcome you to Chicago today. 250 organizations representing the immigrant rights struggle, black liberation, labor, reproductive and LGBTQIA+ justice movement that are all standing with Palestine and demanding an end to all U.S. aid to the settler colonial racist state of Israel. We won our long fight with the city to be within sight and sound of that convention, and we know that there is nothing to celebrate in that meeting. That meeting represents genocide and war. And we will be marching in our tens of thousands to make our demands clear that the Democrats must immediately end the U.S.-funded Israeli genocide on the Palestinian people. Let all humanitarian aid into Gaza. Stop arming Israel. And stop all aid to the racist, settler colonial, terrorist state of Israel. And we will continue to march and show up and show out until we have made all of our demands clear and until we have ended the genocide and achieved total and complete liberation of Palestine and all colonized Arab lands. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Thank you. Help me welcome up my co-MC, Sara Mahmoud. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. My name is Sara Mahmoud, and I'm a proud member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We're out here today as we witness the criminal genocide in Gaza continue on for over 300 days. Say shame, shame. A genocide executed by the criminal Zionist government with the full diplomatic cover and financial support from the U.S. imperialist government. Say shame, shame, shame. While public education is under attack, while basic reproductive health care is under attack, while both the Republicans and Democrats clearly serve empire and monopoly capitalist interests, we're out here today from all across this country to make it clear that we say genocide is not welcome here. We make it clear that we will not be casting any ballots for anybody who oversees the genocide, the indiscriminate murder of Palestinian children, families, and futures. We know Palestine will be liberated in our lifetime, and it's because Palestine is a struggle for justice for all people. It's a struggle that connects all of our shared oppression towards our shared liberation. And I'm excited and eager to be out here with you today from Jacksonville, Florida. Let me hear it for all of us out here today. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. One quick announcement, please. The live stream is only available on YouTube, so please go to the YouTube to access the live stream. Our next speaker, Kobe Guillory, is a middle school science teacher in Chicago who grew up in Johannesburg,
Johannesburg, South Africa. He has been organizing with the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression since 2019 and with the Chicago Teachers Union since 2022.
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Kobe Guidry. I am one of the co-chairs of the Coalition to March on the DNC. And it is amazing to see so many people from so many different communities out here all saying, not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel's crimes. All throughout this week, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala, Baby Killer Blinken, and hundreds of other war criminals are here in Chicago to celebrate themselves. So I want to ask y'all, after more than 300 days of genocide, what is there to celebrate? Did they fund housing? Did they fund healthcare? Did they fund education? Did they stop the police from killing black people? Have they defended people's rights from right-wing attacks? No. What they've done instead is fund one of the most horrific crimes against humanity that we've ever seen. Everybody say that ain't right. Now, the leading Democrats say a lot of nice words about the communities who helped them get elected. But they prove through their actions that they serve the same corporate interests as the Republicans. So that leaves us with only one option. When Palestine is under attack, what do? When black lives are under attack, what do? When people's rights are under attack, what do? Yo, we have to fight. We have to fight for a better world because these politicians will never, ever give us anything out of the goodness of their hearts. And that's why we have over 270 organizations united in this coalition and ready to fight every day until we destroy this genocidal system. We are here today. We're going to fight to end all USA to Israel. We're going to fight for a people's agenda. And you're going to hear from some of the organizations that are members of this coalition about the work that they do in their communities and how that connects to the Palestinian liberation struggle. Now, those war criminals at the United Center, they think that having bombs and having a row of police makes them powerful. But the power is the thousands of people that are represented right now. So, I want to end with one chant. I want y'all to repeat after me. The people united will never be defeated. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. All right, y'all, let's keep fighting. We're going to win.
Give it up for Kobe, y'all. If we can have folks, if you're out in the back, move forward. Let's get as close to the stage as possible. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We are on the freedom side. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We are on the freedom side. Give it up one more time for Kobe. We're going to hear from another amazing Chicago organizer. Nasreen Hassan is a national leader of the United States Palestinian Community Network, USPCN. Yeah, let me hear it. And she is the former co-chair she was the former member of the Art of American Action Network in Chicago for 6 years. She's been leading as a youth organizer and has an MA in social work from the University of Illinois Chicago Jane Addams School of Social Work. Give it up for Nasreen.
Hey, Dems, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Hello, everyone. My name is Nasreen. I am a proud Palestinian and an organizer with the U.S. Palestinian Community Network. I am honored to be speaking here at this march in a town that's a union town, a town that's an anti-war town, a town home to the largest Palestinian population in the U.S. That town is Chicago. It's Chi-Town. And I just want to say, even though us as Palestinians, we have been grieving for the past 10 months, we have never been more proud to be Palestinian. We are here from all our coalition movements: labor, immigrant rights, LGBTQIA, reproductive rights, education, fighting against police crimes, disability rights, and most in the center, the Palestine anti-war movement. The Palestinians of Gaza are trying to survive a genocide, and the administration that supplies and gives Israel the green light to murder our people is having a celebration in our city. The Biden administration and Democrats have ignored our calls for an end to this genocide, claiming harassment when anyone confronts them about supporting the mass murder of Palestinians. For example, Speaker Pelosi made ridiculous claims that Chinese and Russian governments were paying Palestinians to protest her support for the genocide. For months, we have seen horrific photos and videos coming out of Gaza from elders in wheelchairs being displaced for the third time in their lives, to children being blown apart, to Palestinians being held captive and tortured, to schools, mosques, and churches and homes being blown up. The Democrats, along with the Republicans, have created an environment that is vilifying our students, sending militarized police to harm them for calling on divestment from Israel. They are using political and state repression to intimidate activists for calling a war to end the genocide. They have FBI visits and law enforcement harassing our communities to stoke fear. They have reignited racist tropes towards Palestinians and Arabs. Those racist tropes were the motivator for an adult to stab a 60-year-old with the Al-Fayoum over 28 times until he was killed. This was outside of Chicago. Today, shame. Today at the DNC, the keynote speaker is no other than Genocide Joe, whose administration gave unlimited bombs and bullets to Israel and gave Israel in addition $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Israel does the bombing. Israel pulls the trigger, gleefully carrying out this genocide. But the U.S. is paying for it. Genocide Joe in 2020 tried to scare us with the threat that Trump would cut UNRWA, while his administration suspended UNRWA funding since October. The politicians in this convention are telling you that Palestine should not be your issue. When U.S. police departments get trained by Israeli occupation forces and bring those military tactics back to kill black and brown communities, Palestine is your issue. When our tax dollars are being used to kill doctors, nurses, and paramedics, Palestine is your issue. When the IOF blows up universities in Gaza and kills 15,000 children that will never return to school and refuses to fund education here, Palestine is your issue. I want to add that there are people
who are upset that we're criticizing and holding the Democrats accountable, that somehow we are giving power to Trump. We recognize Trump and Project 2025 are dangerous. We know the dangers of his administration and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's racist rhetoric and colonial ambitions to further colonize Palestine. We know Jared was honored by the anti-black, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Anti-Defamation League, ADL. The ADL had him as a speaker at the convention. So that's why we marched on the DNC. In closing, this incredible mobilization is here because of all of you and your solidarity. And we will end Zionism. We will return back home. And we will continue to resist occupation and colonialism. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Please help me welcome up our next speaker. Frank Chapman is the Executive Director of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. NARPR fights across the U.S. against police crimes and for community control of the police. A revolutionary for over 60 years, he is one of the leading black liberation organizers in the U.S. and has published 2 books. His memoir, The Damn Don't Cry, pages from the life of a black prisoner and organizer, and Marxist-Leninist perspectives on black liberation and socialism.
All power to the people. I said all power to the people. Welcome to Chicago. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say for a couple of days. In fact, I woke up at around 2 o'clock this morning thinking about what I was going to say. And these particular words came to mind. In the whole entire history of the world, there's never been a moment like this, a moment so packed with the horrors of genocide, a catastrophic moment for sure. Yet also a moment of unspeakable resistance of the Palestinian people to free their land from the scourge of settler colonialism. That's why we're here today. We're here today, among other things, to declare our unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. And so nobody misunderstands what I mean by that, let me just quickly say, we want Palestine to win. Also, I'm here today to denounce the criminal, outlaw government that's in Washington, D.C. right now. Because when you support, correct me if I'm wrong, did Netanyahu just address a joint session of Congress? An international war criminal just addressed a joint session of Congress. So we know what side they're on. We know what side they're on. And we're clear about what side we're on. We say end the genocide now, stop all aid to Israel, and we're going to keep on fighting back until we get what we want, because you may not get all you fight for, but you got to fight for all you get. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Long live the Palestinian Revolution.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! End the occupation now! End the occupation now! Lift the siege on Gaza now! Lift the siege on Gaza now! Awesome, y'all. We're going to hear from another phenomenal speaker. Give it up for Andrew Joshevchak, who is one of the founding members of the Anti-War Action Network, which has led multiple national days of action in solidarity with Palestine and across the globe. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! The Anti-War Action Network is so proud to be marching here on the DNC today, shoulder to shoulder with all of you. We've brought folks here today from Minneapolis, from Milwaukee, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville, Portland, New Orleans, and Tucson, all to be part of this critically important national protest. And the Democratic Party, when they ousted Genocide Joe, they thought we wouldn't be here today. They hoped we wouldn't be here today. And well, his ouster was a victory that I think we should claim. It is not enough. We want an end to the genocide, not just new leadership of a genocide. We need to end weapon sales to Israel, and we are not going to get it if we just line up behind Kamala. We will only get what we demand if we keep demanding it, if we refuse to be silent during a genocide. And lately, I've been frequently asked, and I assume many of you have been too, why I'm here protesting Harris today, when I stand for trans rights, when I stand for reproductive rights, when I stand for climate justice. But the reality is, we deserve candidates who will stand up for progressive policies like reproductive rights, like immigrant rights, like labor rights, like fighting against climate change, and who will end the genocide in Gaza. We should not have to choose whose lives we value in an election. And taking a stand against treated like a fringe issue. Many of us here today, we spent our whole summer protesting for Palestine at home, at the RNC, and now here at the DNC, because we know who, regardless of who wins this election, Trump or Harris, our work will not be done. We need an end to U.S. aid to Israel, and in order to do this, we need to continue to fight for divestment in our states, on our campuses, wherever we can. We need students to continue and build the momentum that they built in the spring. We need our movements to keep up pressure on weapons manufacturers. We need to be at the inauguration to send a message that we will not be ignored. We need to keep growing our movement until it cannot be ignored. Some people think social change is made by delegates in the DNC, but in reality it is made by us, and it is made in the streets. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Awesome, y'all. We're about to hear from one of my personal favorite artist, poet and R&B singer Jamila Woods was born in Chicago and raised on the city's south side in both Washington Park and the suburb Beverly Hills. In 2012, she published her first chapbook, The Truth About Dolls, which includes a Pushcart Prize-nominated poem about Frida Kahlo. As a singer and songwriter, she has produced hip-hop and neo soul music, releasing her debut album, Heaven, in 2016. Go listen to it. Raised in her church choir, Jamila's musical aesthetic involves choral layering in addition to the hip-hop tradition of sampling and illusions. Let's give it up for Jamila, y'all.
Black is like the magic's like a spell. My brothers went to heaven, the police going to, yeah, they're going to. Hello, operator, emergency hotline. If I say that I can't breathe, will I become a chalk? Line up to see the movie, line up to see the act. The officers are scheming to cover up their. Ask me no more questions, tell me no more lies. You're serving and protecting is stealing babies' lives. I'm very black, can't send me back. You take my brother, I fight back. I'm very black, I made a pact. You take my brother, I fight back, and that is all I know. Thank you, Chicago. How y'all feeling? Are there any introverts at the protest today? Congratulations, thank you for being here. I'm just gonna share a couple more songs with you all. This next song is inspired by the Land Back movement and the climate justice movement. As we know, all of the struggles are connected, and one of the first tools of colonialism is to separate the people from the land and to separate people's ability to sustain themselves through the land. So this song is called Teach Me. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. I think a lot about the olive trees in Palestine and the ways that indigenous wisdom teaches us how to relate to the land. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already know. And this song is about opening up to those lessons that the earth is ready to teach us. Stick out my hands to the mouthful, still wanting. Am I in love, or have I been greedy? I make my demands to the dirt, and what am I giving? Teach me how to love you better. Where we come from, soil is sacred, not a paycheck. The less we want, for more the freer we get. I pledge allegiance to the sun's warm hand. Relieve my grief to the water and the sand. You heal us, you always provide. I take for granted how you keep us alive. Now can we slow down? Can we spread the harvest around? Can we turn the lights way down? No machines dig our hands in the ground. Slow down. There's always enough to go around. The great sure knew how. No machines dig our hands in the ground. Teach me how to love you better. 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 So this next song, thank you so much. This next song is inspired by a black woman named Rakia Boyd, who was killed by an off-duty police officer named Dante Servin in Douglas Park. She was just my age. She would have been my age today. And it's inspired by the black women organizers who organized the way we are doing today to speak truth to power. And this song is called Black Girl Soldier. See, she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu atonement. We gon' miss them by the hundreds. Ain't nobody checking for us, ain't nobody checking for us. The camera loves us off a dozen. Ain't nobody checking for us, they want us in the kitchen. Kill our sons with lynchings. We get loud about it. Oh, now we're the bitches. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They put a body in a garden for her. They love how it repeats. Look at what they did to my sister last century, last week. They make her hate her own skin, treat her like a sin. But what they don't understand, see what they don't understand. Yeah, what they don't understand, see what they don't understand is she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu atonement. And she don't give up. Yeah, she don't give up. She don't give up. No, she don't give up. Rosa was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Ella was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Audrey was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. And Jenna is a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. So Jenna was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Asasa is a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Rosa was a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. Asasa is a freedom fighter and she taught us how to fight. See, she's telepathic, call it black girl magic. Yeah, she scares the government, deja vu atonement. But what they don't understand, say what they don't understand. Yeah, what they don't understand, see what they don't understand. She don't give up. Yeah, she don't give
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Jamila Woods once more. I have a sad announcement to share in the Chicagoland community. Anthony Gay, who was wrongfully imprisoned and spent 22 years in solitary confinement, died 2 days ago in the hospital due to medical neglect at the hands of the federal prison system. Shame. He was a member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and I would like to take a moment of silence so that we can remember Anthony. We can use this time to reflect and remember that the same systems that are killing our people in Gaza are torturing and killing black people in Chicago, in the U.S. These are the same systems. Chicago is the police torture capital of the world. Anthony Gay was failed by this system, and we carry Anthony Gay's spirit with us as we march on the DNC today, and we join the Alliance's call to free all wrongfully convicted torture survivors from prison immediately. And when I say free them all, you say free them now. Free them all. Free them all. Free them all. Free them all. Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome up our next speaker. Muhammad is an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, a transnational grassroots movement of young Palestinians in Palestine and in exile who strive to ensure a better future for themselves and subsequent generations.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Chicago, I can't hear you. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Our streets. Not theirs, ours. We have for generations walked and suffered as we built these streets with our own hands, while the ruling class overlooked us from their ivory towers and flew over us in their private jets, and yet they claim that they exist amongst us. Shame! In 1968, we gathered in these very streets to protest the illegal war on Vietnam that sacrificed our children of the working class and plummeted the citizens of this country into a depression. And the city responded not by listening, but by their usual way of systemic oppression and brutality, in hopes of quelling the movement. Shame. 50 years later, we find ourselves walking those same steps in history, with Gaza being the most recent target of U.S. imperialism at the suffering of their own people. And it has responded in the same way: systemic oppression and brutality. But what the ruling class has yet to understand for the last 5 decades is that no amount of brutality will ever quell the movement. Their violences has only increased our will for justice, our will for freedom, and our steadfastness.
Best believe we are not here by our own will, but because the Democratic Party has forced us to be here. Because they continuously play performative politics and utter the word ceasefire while they send checks to Israel. Who are they trying to fool? We are here to demand better. We know that it was our movement that made Joe Biden so unpopular that he had to step down. And we know and have known for 10 months, the power of the movement. And that is why we continuously mobilize by the millions and the millions and have not lost any energy along the way. So what makes them think we will stop now? We won't stop, that is right! To the current administration and to Kamala Harris, we are done with your words and platitudes. We demand action. We demand an end to Israel's war in Gaza, and we demand a total arms embargo. $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Imagine what you can do with $3.5 billion within your own communities. That amount of money has just this week been awarded to Israel by our so-called Democratic administration. This comes at a time where 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The leading cause of bankruptcy is medical debt, and test scores across American schools are at its lowest. And even here in Chicago, 200,000 residents of marginalized communities are at threat of gentrification and displacement. And do you know how our representatives responded to these problems? Well, you guys know the answer. With more funding to a foreign nation, the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel, as it commits the worst genocide of this century. Over 100,000 estimated killed, including my very own baby cousins, Nuran Allah, only 12 years old, and Razan Allah, only 10 years old, were found in pieces by their families. Imagine that. And just to wrap up, in our thousands and our millions, we are all Palestinians. This is not merely a slogan of solidarity. It is the reality of our intertwined interests. My brothers and sisters, let us be the generation of change. Let us be the generation of liberation. Free Palestine.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today. My name is Abla Abdelkader, and I am a student organizer, and I'm currently residing as the SJP Chicago co-chair. I love you too. Okay. In what seems like an overnight shift, the city of Chicago has been transformed into what resembles a police state. The city has issued road closures within the perimeter of the DNC. They have deployed 2,500 police officers and even sent the National Guard out here to protect these genocidal profiteers. Chicago communities do not need increased policing. We need our welfare systems funded. We need our schools to stop shutting down. We need access to quality health care, and we need an end to this damn genocide. I witnessed firsthand during my time at the U Chicago encampment the effort to stifle our voices and repress our movement.
The student encampments curated a space of education, community support, and beautiful solidarity. Day in and day out, on multiple encampment grounds, student, faculty, and community members came through for each other in unprecedented ways. However, we see the crooks, like the Biden administration, criminalizing the students, deploying public and private police force to violently suppress our presence on campuses. Shame! Up until now, students continue to be targeted by both the administration and the police. And currently, UChicago is housing 500 cops in student dorms. Our people are facing unprecedented homelessness, yet the administrations like UChicago are more committed to giving cops a place to stay than to meet their students' demands of divestment. Why are we funding Israel and not our students? Why are the students painted as the criminals when our universities are the ones backing a genocide? Even to get on this stage, we had to fight the city for approval, even though this is our right. But despite their repressive tactics, we have not stopped. We will no longer accept the status quo. These are not normal times, and we will continue to dissent for immigrant rights, for black liberation, for queer liberation, and for the total and inevitable liberation of all of us. And to our corrupt university and to the corrupt universities and to the racist Democrats, the whole world is watching. Repeat after me. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. I'd like to introduce my co-MC, Reverend Jamie from the Soul Organization.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try that one more time. Good afternoon. That's better. Hello, I am Reverend Jamie Fluker. I am a faith organizer with Southsiders Organized for Unity and Liberation, also known as SOUL. And I stand here today as a faith leader called to fight the good fight for justice. And in the words of the freedom-fighting Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm here to tell the Democratic Party that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And to say to them, not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. I'm here to introduce also our next speaker. Javi Velasquez is a unionized worker with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and a Chicano community organizer with La Frontera Nos Cruzo in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. He is the son of a formerly undocumented immigrant and today is representing the National Immigrant Rights Organization, Legalization for All. Let's give him a rousing Chicago welcome.
All power to the people. Let's try that again. All power to the people. It's much better, thank you. I'm Javi, she already introduced me, so I'm not going to go through that spiel, thank you. All right. The Legalization for All network is here in solidarity with the Palestine struggle. Our struggles are not isolated from one another. Both of our peoples live with the scars and constant threat of unfettered imperialism. We immigrants, we children of immigrants, are under attack. There has been a constant shift in our lifetimes, a rightward shift within the Democratic Party and their policies. Rather than lighten the weight of American imperialism that burdens the shoulders of hard-working immigrants, the Democrats, especially under Biden and Harris, have taken up anti-immigrant policy in an attempt to bring in Republican voters. Shame. Our borders are already being policed as if it were a war zone. with the same technology Israel uses from companies like Elbit Systems and Caterpillar, U.S. Border Patrol uses the same tactics to genocide and oppress our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We immigrants who come here for refuge within the belly of the beast gather in solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle and the Black liberation struggle against the ever-weakening U.S. imperialist project. We gathered in solidarity against the RNC, and we gather in solidarity today against the DNC for both parties' complicity in the imperial project at home and abroad. I was in Matahuala, Mexico a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in utter desperation. I saw families who marry off their 2 young daughters in hopes of one less mouth to feed in the house. I saw broken neighborhoods living in the shadow of toxic slab heaps dumped by mining corporations funded by U.S. capital that receive no environmental oversight, no worker safety standards. And this was just a tiny glimpse into what happens in the rest of Latin America. In Mexico, I saw families so full of love for their children that they do everything possible to make sure they are fed through very desperate conditions. Contradictory to the ongoing rhetoric of the right that these people are violent criminals, I saw hungry children and tired parents yearning for some sense of stability, yearning for some sense of safety. And these are the conditions from which people flee their homeland. We see through the lies they tell against our people, and we demand Harris put a stop to all anti-immigration policies. We demand an end to the border wall and border militarization. We demand an end to the demonization and exploitation of our people. We demand an end to the Palestinian genocide, and we demand legalization for all and equality for all. If you're interested in joining us, you can follow Legalization for All Network on all social media. And I'll leave you with an oldie but a goldie. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Javi. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Make some noise. I'd like you to make some noise and welcome to the stage Hatem Aboudaei, who is the executive director of the Arab American Action Network and also one of the program coordinators for the Coalition to March on the DNC. Make some noise.
Give it up for the MCs, Abla and Reverend Jamie. Hey y'all, this is incredible. Look at yourselves. Look at yourselves. 15,000 people that are in the park today right now. 15,000 people representing all of the major issues and communities in this country. Black liberation, immigrant rights, reproductive rights, women's rights, workers' rights, the right to strike, the right to unionize. The rank and file workers here, the black community members here, the documented and undocumented immigrants that are here. How powerful this is to be together, all of us. They asked me ad nauseum, what makes a success for a protest like this? And I said, I don't give a shit what happens at the DNC. This is the success already. You've already accomplished it. This is what Killer Kamala and Genocide Joe and Baby Killer Blinken and all the rest of the Democratic Party in there. We're not going to let them get a pass. We don't let Durbin or Schumer or Jeffries or Pelosi or any of the top Democrats get a pass. And this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of all of us. They're afraid of the unity between black and Palestinian people in this country. They're afraid of the unity between Palestinian people and undocumented immigrants in this country. They're afraid of the unity of the working class and the rank and file workers and the Palestinian people in this country. So I want to thank every single one of you for being here. I want to thank you for what you do for us and for our families and for our people in Palestine. And on that vein, we need to thank you some more by putting money in the buckets that are going around. I know you've seen me do these fundraising pitches before. I don't have the time to do the 30-minute one, but I'm asking you to go into your pockets. We got young people all across the park that have buckets. Please drop what you can in the buckets. This is a grassroots effort. I know some of you have already given. I know some of you have seen the website and gone on the link and you've given money, and we appreciate it. But it really is a grassroots effort, and we need all the money that we can to pay for all the expenses. We got another big protest coming up on Thursday, and we're going to need to do that as well. So please, the buckets are going around. Continue doing that. And one last thing I want to say. We are winning. It is very difficult to say sometimes when you know that you've buried 40,000 of your beautiful people. But we are winning. The Israelis can't defeat the Palestinian resistance in Gaza, and the Americans and the U.S. and the Europeans cannot beat us in the streets. Thank you very much.
Who is the revolution? Who is the revolution? Who is the Intifada? Who is the Intifada?
I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Tariq Khalil, who is an attorney and board member for the Chicago chapter of American Muslims for Palestine. He likes to take on modern Palestinian history and Palestinian rights under international law.
What a crowd! How loud can you be? From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Unbelievable! Kamala Harris, unless you desire freedom and justice and liberation for the Palestinian people, I'm speaking. You, Kamala, and the administration to which you belong have been openly, proudly, and disgustingly complicit in the first live stream genocide in the history of the world. Kamala, while you're speaking, Palestinians are dying. While you're speaking, schools, hospitals, and mosques have been bombed and destroyed. While you're speaking, children, women, journalists, doctors, nurses, students, academics, scientists have been killed while you're speaking, all with our tax dollars and U.S.-made weapons. Shame on you! We are here to tell the DNC, Genocide Joe and Kamala Harris, not in our name. Your hands are covered in the blood of Palestinian children. not in our name. Nowhere in Gaza is safe. So-called safe zones are in fact death zones. On average, about 130 people have been killed every day in Gaza for the last 10 months. You, Biden, you, Kamala, have done nothing. You could have ended this. You could have ended this a long time ago. You could have ended this when Prime Minister Netanyahu promised to operate forcefully everywhere. You could have ended it when Defense Minister Yoav Gallant declared no electricity, no fuel, no water, and called us human animals. You could have ended it when Netanyahu said he would use, quote, unprecedented might. You could have ended it when he made the biblical reference to Amalek, which means Israeli forces go and kill everyone and everything in sight with no distinction. You could have ended it when Likud Minister Avi Dichter said, quote, we are now rolling the Gaza Nakbeh. The Nakbeh, or catastrophe, represents the ongoing forcible displacement, dispossession, ethnic cleansing, land theft, oppression, and denial of self-determination and basic human rights, and repatriation, freedom, justice, and liberation. You've done nothing while Palestinians were being slaughtered. The specific intention to destroy civilian life and infrastructure was clear, yet you did nothing. The ICJ ruled that Israel's plausibly committing genocide and ruled again for what it's doing in Gaza. The ICC was about to issue arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. That wasn't evidence enough for you to do something. Yet, you did nothing. Well, correction. You did do something. You proposed to give Israel an additional $14.3 billion in military aid and an additional $20 billion in sales on top of the annual $3.8 billion that we give to Israel to continue its apartheid regime and genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. Rather than use the funds to help the schools in inner cities, to help people achieve basic dignity in their own home here in the United States, help them in housing, help them in schools, help them in basic infrastructure, give the American people that money so that we can develop ourselves. But instead, you're using it to destroy an entire civilian population. Shame on you. I know we've heard a lot about Project 2025. Here's our Project 2025. Free, free.
Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation. Up with liberation. Down, down with occupation.
I'd like to introduce Sydney Loving, who has been active in the Black Liberation Movement and the fight against police crime since 2015, leading work in Dallas and nationally. She sits on the Central Committee of Freedom Road Socialist Organization, a revolutionary organization with a long history of solidarity with Palestine and active in the trade unions, Black and Chicano liberation movements, anti-war organizing, and many other fronts of the people's struggles.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm not going to introduce myself because they already introduced me. I'm going to get right into it. We're marching today. We're gonna march. We're marching today to the site of the DNC, and we're making it clear that we stand with the Palestinian resistance. And inside that convention will be President Biden, Vice President Harris, and all the Congress people who make this genocide possible. Right. They've been sitting in their cushy offices writing the checks, U.S. dollars, paying for bombs and bullets in prison camps. And none of this is a secret. None of this is a secret. These are facts. Just this past week, the U.S. announces more weapons to Israel to the tune of $20 billion. And there's no corner of the globe that the U.S. empire is not interested in dominating, and the Middle East is a strategic target. We know this. Apartheid Israel can only exist with the U.S. backing it up, and it all comes down to money. Just think about that. They are destroying lives for money. And we're saying enough is enough. So some people will talk about us out here and say that our commitment to holding the Democrats accountable for the genocide in Gaza is going to help Trump win. Bullshit. When you enable genocide, embrace genocide, or excuse genocide, you lose support. Simple as. If they want us and all the progressive forces to line up behind them and support them, then they have to earn it. So we have a people's agenda here today, demanding money for jobs, schools, healthcare, not a war. And the reason we have to be out here demanding the basic rights that everyday people need to live is because the monopoly capitalists who run this country are getting rich off this system. They're getting rich off the system that forces us into the struggle to change things. Somebody's getting rich off the genocide in Palestine. But this system will not last. We're building a revolutionary movement to take back our power because we want to build something better for everybody. Working class and oppressed people deserve a real future. And Palestinian children deserve a real future, and this rotting system has no future. But history is not over. We can fight and we can win. And we stand with the whole arc of resistance fighting for Palestinian liberation. So when we get in the streets, let them hear us, y'all. Let them hear us.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Here to bring up our next speakers, Munia Enor, representing the Palestinian Feminist Collective, an organization of Palestinian and Arab women and feminists working towards the liberation of Palestine and beyond. Make some noise!
Hi everyone, how are you doing? I'm Noor and this is Mona, and we are part of the Palestinian Feminist Collective. Are we fired up for Palestine? I can't hear you. Are we fired up for Palestine? Better. Good afternoon, my friends, brothers, and sisters in the struggle. For nearly a year now, we have remained steadfast in our rage and grief as we confront the U.S. war machine. We have screamed in agony as we witnessed the brutal slaughter of Palestinian children, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers. We marched, we demanded, we wrote, and we prayed for our people in Palestine only to be met with nothing but empty platitude and contempt from our elected officials. Enough. It has never been clear that the two-party political system is nothing but a lie perpetuated by the ruling class. The goals of both Democrats and Republicans are the same: to consolidate power and control at the expense of the masses, no matter the cost. A true democracy recall the black feminists who stood here in Chicago in 1968 demonstrating against the DNC, who knew very well that our feminist struggle was against sexism, racism, and imperialism. The triple jeopardy laid out by revolutionary feminist Frances Bale. We think of our indigenous sisters like Winona LaDuke, who understood that there is no feminism without land back. We are fueled by the tumult of our people who continue to rise from the rubble to assert their love of life in the face of Zionism's death drive.
In that convention center, they will talk about reproductive rights. Yet just a few days ago, Jumana Abu Kumsan and her 4-day-old twins, Austin and Asim, were murdered by weapons provided to the IOF by Democrats. Jumana will not be mentioned in that convention center, but we as the Palestinian Feminist Collective raise our voices for her reproductive rights, for the rights of newborns, and for all families obliterated by the settler colonial regime and America's systematic assault on Palestinian life and dignity. We scream Jumana's name in the same breath as Sonia Massey, who was murdered a month ago in this very state. In this very state. To all the so-called feminists inside the convention, hear this. If your version of feminism has borders, then nobody is safe in your presence. If your version of feminism compels you to silence those protesting a genocide, then nobody is safe in your presence. You struggle to be included in the U.S. imperial war machine. We struggle to destroy it. Let us reclaim our power as feminists and say in one voice that we will not be complicit in injustice. Today and every day until Palestine is free, we will elevate the voices of our people, honor our martyrs, and resist by any means necessary. We are strengthened by the history of our struggle. Our voices grow louder with each passing day, shouting back to Kamala Harris and the entire DNC. We are the ones who are speaking. We shout for our martyrs and for our righteous cause. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
Oh shit, I'm chaotic. Hey, I'm sorry I never got back to you. We got the program started a little later. Probably like got a slight back. Probably yes. I'm not in charge of the program, so I can't say, but it likely will. Good to meet you in person.
Comrades, my name is Ajit Sabri, and I'm co-chair of Democratic Socialists in America, the largest socialist organization in the United States, and I'm so proud to stand with tens of thousands of you and many more people all over the country in solidarity with the people of Palestine. The struggle is a symbol of the human will for liberation all over the world. My family is from Bangladesh, which experienced a genocide over 50 years ago that was sponsored by the United States. Just this past month, massive protests led by students in Bangladesh forced the dictator to resign and flee the country. At their moment of victory, alongside the flags of Bangladesh that the students were waving from the Capitol building and on the streets, they were waving flags of Palestine. Because they feel so deeply how these that kind of outlines these moments.
Yeah, I mean, if they are going to be lighting it back, then I will ask you. Right now, when we get want to grab the stuff out of the Jeep? Oh, okay. What is this yellow blue flag with the stars? Okay, what is this coming out? Cornell West has impregnated an intern at Harvard? Or not an intern, a new, sorry, a new from one of the years, from one of the universities where I was at. I hope that has a life.
All right, guys, we're gonna go in the shade. It's a little hot. We're about to go now. Yeah, let's go in the shade. Great question, man. Great question. Oh, indeed. Yes, of course. Thank you. Okay. Just this pretty lady wants to have a picture with me. Okay. I gotta take him to underneath the shade. I gotta take him to underneath the shade. I gotta take Dr. West to underneath the shade. Let's get take a picture.
Very good.
We don't share the same beliefs. Guys, if they want to ask questions, they can ask questions. I gotta take off and get here.
I'm doing my best.
Lord Jesus Christ should shine down on that light of God. And it's that life. You see, the thing is, you're so dead in flesh. You're so dead in sin. You're in such bondage to sin that the truth sounds false. You know, Ben Franklin said that in a time of great deceit, telling the truth is an act of rebellion. We've all got mobbed over there by that. He set my brothers free from sin. We answered the call of God. Yes. Hallelujah. And no matter what this world throws at us, hey, we count it all joy, man. I love you guys. But you have that peace, man. Peace in the storm. Who out here has been going, you know what? Life is about storms. You're either going in one, you're going through one, or you're coming out of one. But you're always in a storm of something. It's always something going on. Something always got to be fixed. Something's always breaking. You know, you may have a couple of good days, but something will come up. Something will come up you got to worry about. And guess what? We weren't made for that. And you don't have to bear that weight. You know, Jesus said, look at the birds of the air. For they neither sow, nor toil, nor store in barns. But your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not of more value than them? See, you were made in the image of the Most High God. And he goes on to say right after that, to what your stature do you add 1 cubit by wearing? He's basically saying, do you add anything to your life? Do you add any time to your life? Do you add anything of any fruit to your life by worrying? No! Worry and stress kills people, man. It causes sickness. It puts people in the hospital. Be careful, man. It puts people in the hospital. But praise God, folks. We love you. Turn your life over to Christ. Please, before it's too late, guys. Man, I don't want you to go to hell. I love you. God bless you.
Yeah, so I'm worried. Yeshua tells us, Christ tells us not to worry. Don't worry about tomorrow. Right? He said you can't add anything to your life by worrying. It's the words of life. That's what Christ came to give us. Life and life of abundance. Amen. He says that the thief only comes to steal, kill, and to destroy. But Christ came to give us life and that of abundance. But many of you are listening to the voice of Satan, the same voice that spoke to the woman in the Garden of Eden. When he said, God said to Adam, because you hearkened to the voice of the woman. Oh, many of you are being led astray by the lies of Satan, the lies of this world. The God of this world has blinded the minds of them that believe not. Do you believe? Do you believe the gospel? If not, you're being guided into sin. You're being guided into the gutter. Right now, you are. You're being led astray by Satan and his lies. All of this junk is just leading you astray from God. The Word of God will bring you in. Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by me. You're not going to get to heaven any other way. These movements will not get you anywhere. They're all meaningless. Oh, Solomon, he was one of the wisest men. Actually, Christ said he was the wisest man that ever walked the earth. He had all the wisdom and all the knowledge. And he said it was all meaningless and all empty. It was all vanity. Vanity of vanity, says the preacher. He says all is vanity. You're following after vanity. You're following after emptiness. There is no weight to any of this. It will all be crushed in the day of the Lord. The day of the Lord is a terrible, dark day. It's a day of judgment. Oh, you need to that day. Oh, you're not ready right now. If you're holding the signs for this junk, you're being deceived. Don't be deceived by Satan. He's leading you astray. But Christ came to set you free from the captivity of sin, from the bondage of sin. And that's what sin is doing right now. Sin has got you tricked to follow this deception. It is deception, folks. And we come out here to tell you about Christ, the one that can set you free from the sin of the world. That's what John the Baptist said. To take away the sin of the world. At the beginning of deception. When God gave Adam and Eve a commandment not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
What's your biggest fears for today, this week?
I have no fear. You know, everybody here is here to have their voices heard, and they will get that done. It's that simple. There are no fears.
I know. No incidents so far, Chief.
We're going to be fluid. Right? These things are a little unpredictable. We're going to make sure we keep the city safe. That's all I can tell you.
You have a heart that loves hatred. You have a heart that loves wickedness. That's why you hate police. You hate the law. Because you have a heart that is against the law. You have a heart that is
All right, what's going on?
You have a heart that is ungodly. You need to be changed. That's what's happened to us. Christ came into our heart and changed us. He gave us a new heart. He gave us a new mind. New eyes so we can see the truth. A new heart so we can understand and hear the truth. And live like the truth. Like Jesus did. Jesus had compassion. And he cried out, I rebuke you.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we got to open this up. Everybody get on that side.
You will be rebuked. If you are a child of God, he will rebuke you. Christ will rebuke you. That's what it says in the Word. But if you're not, you're a bastard. You're an illegitimate child. You need to repent. Believe the gospel. Be saved. He is the only way for salvation. Christ Jesus. There's no other name under heaven given amongst men whereby we must be saved. It's the name of Jesus. The name of Yeshua, HaMashiach, the Christ. For you Jewish brethren, the Christ, you need to believe too. Oh, you need to believe too. The movement, your Israeli movement, isn't going to save you either. You need to turn to Christ. Stop being involved in the elements of this world. God set us free from the elements of this world. From the political movements. Oh, Jesus said, if my kingdom were in this world, my men would fight. But my kingdom is not in this world. That's why we're not fighting with you. We're coming here to preach the gospel of Christ so you can be free. So you can be free from this deception of sin, this hatred, and this murder that Satan is sowing in your hearts. Your heart is full of murder. It's full of murder and deception. You believe in the lie, but you love it. You love the lie. That's what Christ said. He said, men love darkness more than light because their deeds are evil. That's why you love the darkness, because your deeds are evil. You're covered in wickedness, with big leaves, just like Adam and Eve did in the garden. They put big leaves to cover their nakedness. You're covering your nakedness with the Palestinian flag. You're covering your nakedness with an Israeli flag. You're covering your nakedness with flags. Oh, you're not going to do it. They're going to melt. They're going to be burned away on the day of judgment. You will not stand in the presence of God with a flag saying like this. It's not going to happen. It is deception. You need to be clothed in Christ. Christ Jesus. The one who came to set us free. The man, Christ Jesus. Father, Son, and God. You're going to be here between God and man. The man, Christ Jesus. The one who came into the world. The one who was obedient. The obedient son. Oh, he was tempted just like us in all points. Yet he did not sin. He didn't sin. Amen. And the Father said, the Father blessed him and said, this is my beloved son, and whom I will please. Hear ye him. Are you here, Christ? Are you still listening to Satan? You thought on the ways of the devil. He was going to kill you. You're dead. You're sin. You need to be made alive in Christ. The only way out, Jesus Christ.
the corner? Huh? Yes, I am. Yeah, you will find someone on your way here.
Good, man. It's been a long time. I know, man.
So I can charge anything I need.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Are you going inside later? Yeah, I'm going inside. Okay.
answered my question. Believe me, I'm really not trying to do it.
I'm already feeling burned. I was an idiot not putting it in. Alright, they are officially marching.
Yeah, news careful.
Our goal is to march with them and stay ahead of them.
You can't be behind us. You can't be behind the guys. You gotta pick a sidewalk, guys. Pick a side. One or the other side. One or the other on the sidewalk. We have to open up the street. On the sidewalk. Let's go to the sidewalk. You can't cross the bikes. Johnny, sit! 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 Johnny, sit! Sit! What's his name? Travis.